Я гадаю, нас чутно. Добрий ранок,
Well, I
шановні.
think you can hear us loud and clear. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to welcome all of you today in this hall. Greetings, everyone joining us online who are on the other side of the
Переконаний, майбутню, досить плідну і серйозну роботу. Ми зустрічаємо цей день з посмішками. Так,
I hope we're meeting today with a smile, despite our very intense agenda. And of course, I'm happy to welcome strong and resilient Kiev and this amazing company. So a warm lot of applause in your honor. Good morning, Ukraine. Let us welcome each other. So, dear friends, we are happy to welcome you at our procurement forum of 2026, Rules of the Game 2026, the procurement strategy. Every year, we organize medical procurements for representatives of pharmaceutical, vaccine, and medical devices and medical equipment market. We are sincerely grateful for you to join and for joining us today, because clear and predictable procurement rules for all stakeholders is an important prerequisite for their success. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yurko. I will moderate our event today. And before we start our event, let me highlight that first of all, we must be grateful. And we must be grateful for opportunity to be here in this hall today. We must be grateful for being able to work, to set the goals, achieve the goals, scale up, create, and to love. First of all, we must appreciate this opportunity to be alive on this sacred land. We are grateful to everyone who defends our sky, for everyone who defends our land on the front line and on the battlefield. We appreciate all defenders, people made of steel, who are doing their best in order to protect the future of Ukraine. And now let us commemorate the memory of those who sacrificed their life for Ukraine with a moment of the procurements. Last year, the Parliament allowed procurement of innovative medicines under managed access agreements from local budgets in order to outreach as much patients as possible with necessary treatments. I don't know if this mechanism has been already used, but it would be shame if local budgets do not use this truly unique opportunity. The President has also supported the initiative of our committee and allocated additional 4.2 billion hryvnias for centralized procurement in order to supply medicines to critical number of people. Last year, Verkhovna Rada ratified joint procurement agreements with medical procurements of Ukraine can join the single mechanism together with EU member states. This year, the European Parliament has supported the Critical Medicines Act as amended, and now Ukraine, as a candidate country, may join the procurement of strategically important medicines. We wait for final ratification of this act by the European Council, and it will mean that Ukraine will significantly expand this capacity in field of medical procurement, including the pricing range. These initiatives are extremely important both for Ukrainian government and for Ukrainian nation. We open new and Ukrainian economy. We open new opportunities for domestic producers, create new jobs, strengthen our pharmaceutical industry and economic resilience. It's up to both government and manufacturers must stay true to their commitments. Unfortunately, last year, some bad faith producers jeopardized the survival of many people with cancer. I hope that this year's medical procurements will take these findings into account, and we will avoid any such similar situations in the future. As the chair of Parliamentary Committee on Public Health, I encourage you to market participants to be mindful, aware, and transparent. The same applies to medical procurements. Please don't think about just profit, but think about our joint objective, building the system of medical procurement which is patient-centered. At one of the most recent meetings of the committee, me and my colleagues considered the case of the companies that systematically gets awarded tenders and then disrupts the supplies. Let me emphasize that supplies of vital medicines for Ukrainian is not just about a clause in a contract. It's about human life. And let me remind you that any one of us may get sick. And disruption of supplies jeopardizes human life. I strongly believe that the Anti-Monopoly Committee of Ukraine, which is hopefully also represented in this forum, and law enforcement agencies will immediately respond to the situation because it's about critical vital medicine. Our committee has filed a report with law enforcement authorities to initiate investigation and recommended to the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Finance a possibility to create a buffer stock of medicines for 10-12 months and introduce non-financial tender criteria, non-price tender criteria. As for buffer stock, we believe it's essential during armed aggression against Ukraine and combat operations in our country. It will become an essential safeguard to protect our patients who are already struggling because they're constantly exposed to enemy attacks. It's very important to at least provide them appropriate treatment. So we believe that 9 to 12 months stock of medicine, it will depend on the capacity of the Ministry of Finance of Ukraine, capacity of Ukrainian budget, but we believe that we will be able to convince the government. And the Parliament strongly supports this idea of creating a buffer stock of most essential medicines. So we will do our best to introduce these amendments already this year. As for non-price procurement criteria, here I would probably invite representatives of procurement organizations and representatives of the business community to share their ideas. We believe that such criteria must be in place, but we are not experts in this field, so we need experts from procurement officers and suppliers. I hope for wish you fruitful cooperation and peaceful skies. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. And now I kindly invite Chief Executive Officer of Medical Procurement of Ukraine, Oleg Klots, for his welcoming remarks, please. Hello, everyone. It's a real pleasure to welcome all of you, the majority of you joining us offline, and some participants also join us online. I'm grateful to each and every one of you, and I'm grateful to the Ministry of Health of Ukraine and international partners who are supporting us, and I'm grateful to the members of parliament and patients' rights organizations for increased funding and additional procurements of medicines and medical devices for patients. But today will be about us and about you, about us as procurement organization and about you as suppliers. So what are we going to discuss today? As I already mentioned, today we have over 100 representatives, manufacturers, distributors of pharmaceuticals, medical products, medical devices, and vaccines. So what do we see? We see amazing activity here and now, great level of engagement. And so we hope that you would also similarly join our tenders. Because if we take a look at Prozor analytical tools, we will see the level of competition at our procurements is 1.4, which is significantly lower than average market level. So, dear colleagues, today we will talk about rule of the game, and we kindly invite you to respond to our requests for quotations and our tender invitations. Mr. Mikhailo already mentioned we have to work under the martial law, and of course our top priority is price. I know that for manufacturers, distributors, etc., well, sometimes it's not really interesting for you to join the tender with our pricing, but today it's not about selling products to the government. It's about supplying a large cohort of patients with necessary life-saving treatments. Today we will also discuss a number of other important topics. As for regional situation, it's very relevant matter. Many people asking questions about it. And what else? I'm grateful. I just want to say thank you. I will give floor to my colleagues. My colleagues will moderate, will continue this event. We will tell you more about the responsibilities. And thank you so much. And please enjoy this wonderful day. Okay, thank you, Oleg. And now let's proceed with our working process. I will kindly ask you to keep the timing as per agenda. And now we're about to talk about our procurement strategy 2026 priorities, volumes, and approaches. I would like to invite Deputy Director of Medical Procurement for Client Experience and International Interaction, Ms. Kateryna Nekrasova. Please, welcome to the stage. Hello, everyone. Hello, dear colleagues. So yesterday we indeed will be talking about procurement strategy and our priority. This event has already become a good tradition for us, and we hope for really fruitful dialogue. I hope someone will help me to switch the slide. I will really appreciate it. But nevertheless, let's start with the general overview of our procurement cycle. And what we have here? We have a number of key stages. Everything starts with a description, with the standing of what we're procuring, and it is usually determined by the Ministry of Health of Ukraine. Then it's needs assessment and verification. So that's what we're doing together. And in most centralized programs, we usually work at this stage. Then we have approval of quantities, and then we initiate the procurement process. After we proceed with the contract implementation, we have regional branch offices, and some procurements are received at our warehouse, some supplies are received at our warehouses, undergo quality control, and then we distribute it to hospitals. But the key process for us is a monitoring of leftovers, of balance, and consumption volumes, because we need to make sure that these medicines are constantly available, so we really need to manage our inventory. Now, as for procurements, here I would like to bring you. Here we have three core procurement program. First is centralized programs of the Ministry of Health of Ukraine for 2026. In 2026, we have the largest budget for in a history of our institution, and we appreciate all stakeholders for it because now we can supply even more patients with medicines and medical devices. Here you see this amount, 14.3 billion. Mr. Mikhailo mentioned 15, but it also includes associated costs of customs clearance and logistics. So we have this little discretion. But still, it's a historic landmark budget, and we hope that thanks to this increased funding, we will be able to successfully form the buffer stock we mentioned at the beginning. The second program is procurement as part of United 24, medical equipment, medical devices. It's not sustainable, but rather dynamic. Therefore, year after year, we reach out to you. And a bit later, we will explain you what's going to be purchased as part of this program. And finally, this is a procurement funded by Ukraine Facility Plan. Ukraine Facility is a very essential program for Ukraine. And there are some eligibility criteria when we talk about the country of origin. Under this program, I will mention a bit later. Here we also have information about the areas communicated to us, priorities communicated to us as part of centralized programs. Please feel free to scan the QR code and to learn more about our priority procurement areas. If we talk about quantities, very soon we receive the quantity, approved quantities for multiple medications, so please keep in touch. Very soon we will start proactive communication with our suppliers. And so if we talk about centralized procurement, I don't have it in a separate slide. Our basic rules of the game don't change. As a procurement organization, we announce a tender on Prozoro. We use Prozoro market. We also accept non-registered medicines when starting the tender, but at the moment of supply, everything is supposed to be registered in Ukraine. And now, some of the novelties for 2026, the manufacturers must get ready of. First of all, these are bids for individual categories. These are proposals. This tool is broadly used in Ukraine by regional procurement organizations, and now medical procurement of Ukraine will use it as well. And just to make sure that every supplier who submits the proposal is really willing to make the contract. So if you see your stuff under the 24 program, please get ready, because we will use it in 2026. Then financial capacity. It's about requirements towards the revenue or income of a manufacturer for a specific period of time. As a procurement organization, we can set this threshold. It may not exist certain thresholds, and we're going to use this tool. So those manufacturers who are interested to participate in our procurement for adult cancer treatment and pediatric cancer treatments and hepatitis treatment need to take it into account, because we will ask you to share your financial statements along with your quotations. If you represent a resident company, there is a large practice on Prozoro, many guidelines on these documents. But if you represent a non-resident company and if you're planning to join tenders held by the medical procurement of Ukraine as a non-resident company, I will kindly ask you to contact your head offices so we can understand where and how you're going to submit these documents, because it will be basic requirements for hepatitis treatment, adult and pediatric cancer treatments, because we really want to have companies who are indeed capable to fulfill contracts. Next is procurement for individual categories of goods. Manufacturers of medical devices have probably noticed that in 2025 we have proactively used Prozoro market, and we will continue doing it. So if you have already joined our procurements on Prozoro market, please expect something similar in the future. We will continue this practice. Maybe you already noticed that we partially transfer in medical equipment to Prozoro market as well. Some of the we will add new categories and continue with existing categories. Next is a diversification of procurement procedure by lead time. Earlier this year, many producers have received phone calls and inquiries from our product managers about what's available in the stocks and what will be the lead time for delivery. We really don't want to have one large procurement to fully cover one category. We want to diversify our supplies. Therefore, we will divide our procurements into several lots, given the proper deadlines. And if there is a deficiency, as a procurement organization, we will be ready to buy your leftovers or use a rapid, fast supply mechanism available at your companies. And we will announce tenders given the producer lead time. So please respond to it. Please communicate with us and respond to our questions about availability, specifically about availability of adult cancer treatments, because we want to understand whether we have a potential to make quick supplies given our existing current balance. Non-price criteria. We have discussed it a lot at different events, workshops, and discussions. On our part, let me reassure you that lead time is used and will be used as a non-price criteria in 2026. This year, we will focus on availability of medicines and medical products. It will be up to us to determine where we're going to use it. We may use other criteria and depending on the general configuration. And as for medical devices, we have received a lot of questions about non-price criteria for medical devices. On our part, guided ablation catheters are now a pilot project with non-pricing criteria supported by the UK government. The UK, as part of this pilot project, the UK government facilitates and coordinates interaction between key stakeholders such as us as procurement organization and the monopoly committee, state audit service, the Ministry of Economy. And thanks to this facilitation, we will better understand how we can move on with our existing challenges. Because, as you know, different stakeholders have different interpretations. And this legislative list of non-exhaustive criteria may be, non-price criteria may be either exhausting or non-exhaustive, depending on your perspective. Also, you might have already received for us COPP and its impact of availability on the European market and its price and TCO for individual equipment from us. So we continue to analyze and consider potential use of this criteria. Please respond to our inquiries. But rest assured that we will definitely move on with it. If we do the analysis and conclude that the COPP and TCO may be also used, we will make an additional announcement. So, another public announcement. If you visited our website, well, we believe that our dashboard is not enough. We need more capabilities. But honestly, we do understand that we have to be a predicate procurement organization for businesses. Therefore, we want to restore our announcement plan. I will hope to put it into a QR code so you can follow the link and look through it, but we're still finalizing it. So what will be available? Position about lots about items, estimated procurement announcement date, and estimated delivery date. It creates no commitments, neither for us, no potential suppliers, potential vendors, but we hope to give you at least some general understanding of deadlines and time frame. It will encourage you to place orders on these goods and help us to plan our work time. And finally, it's a pilot procurement as part of framework agreement of Ministry of Health, a centralized program. Tell you a little bit what is this about. Actually, the framework agreement is a tool which has existed in our legislation for a long time, and this year we want to try and use it for pharmaceuticals. It's basically a memorandum of intention where in the first stage, all potential vendors submit their documents. Medical procurements do the qualification of each applying participant, and those vendors that are qualified are admitted to the second stage. The second stage is so-called selection, where we announce the estimated quantity of pharmaceutical and expected lead time, and only those suppliers who already have signed framework agreements with us may submit their proposals. We believe that it gives us certain flexibility because year 2025 showed us that sometimes we may have nice surprises such as extra funding later in the year, and we need to be ready for such things happening. So, we invite you to learn more about this tool.
Коли ми отримаємо кількості, розрахуємо, по якій позиції потенційно або позиціям це буде, ми додатково проведемо консультації.
We will hold additional consultations with the vendors and potential suppliers for this particular item. So you have a better understanding of this mechanism, but still we see great potential in here. Specifically in the diversification of our vendors through this framework agreements. And now let's proceed with Ukraine facility procurements. Probably you already know how it works. And let me highlight that Ukraine facility is about medical equipment. There is a clear requirement about eligible countries. We have a link for you with the eligible country list and a brief overview of regulatory framework. As for the list, we have already started market consultations, specific types of medical devices, angiographs, endoscopic equipment, CT, ultrasound devices, brachytherapy equipment. You will see an asterisk next to that. Asterisk means that this list is still estimated. We haven't yet received a final approved list, but we have already commenced market consultations. So we kindly encourage you to join the consultations and keep in mind this country of origin eligibility requirement. Our second program, as part of which we also do procurements of medical devices, medical equipment, is United 24. The key difference is, it also has a country of origin eligibility requirement. Unlike Ukraine facility, United 24 doesn't have this country of origin eligibility requirement. So please take a look what we already have, as it means that the medical procurement has already finalized the volumes, and we're waiting for budget program passports so we can proceed with announcement. So here you see ophthalmology, and other equipment. For this items, market consultations are ongoing. By the way, someone asked me a question about localization. Yes, it's on the table, and it's set at the level of 30%. So please take it in mind. And by the way, here we also update in our inventory list. We also had market consultation. Thank you so much for joining.
Графіки поставок. Це насправді
it's for ambulances. Okay, now procurement schedules. It's a very big deal for us because on one hand we want to ensure uninterrupted availability, and on the other hand we are aware of specific production cycles where sometimes you need to place an order 6 months in advance because everyone has its own manufacturing production cycle. But on our part, we will still emphasize the need to comply with agreed delivery terms. We estimate these delivery terms given the consumption rate, expected lead time, etc. We want to make our supplies more consistent. So as part of one contract, we will divide the delivery at least in 2 loads, so we don't receive 100% of medicines at once. So we want to periodic supplies to constantly replenish the stocks in a region. And if we talk about oversized medical devices, we will divide it at least in 3 lots. So please be ready for it. This year you will have to pay a bit more attention to the schedule. And if we talk about medical devices supplied on DDP terms, we will keep this practice and maybe even expand the list of such medical devices without limiting competition. But of course, the key purpose behind any procurement schedule is to ensure availability, avoid deficit, prevent risks and financial burden for the patient when something is simply not available on the market. Risk mitigation recommendations. Well, We understand that Q3 and Q4 of 2025 for those suppliers who have consistently participated in our procurements was pretty active. It was active both for us and for you, and we really felt when you didn't join our procurement procedures because of large numbers of that. But still, we will kindly ask you, please watch and follow our announcement. Secondly, if you submit your proposal, please check any inquiries for us for proposals already submitted, because it's also important for us. As a procurement organization, we want to make sure that suppliers who meet qualification criteria and have goods that are in line with technical specifications do complete the entire procurement procedure and are able to supply the product. So please pay attention to announcement and to 24 hours inquiries. As for the documentation structure, it has remained unchanged. All annexes and attachments are identical. And please pay special attention to Annex 2 with a whole list of documentation we need from you. And as for certificates, statements, etc., please be mindful about validity date. And if your certificate and we always request the most recent version, so please check your documents before uploading them in the system, just to make sure that we receive only effective and most recent revisions. For us, as for people who check in this document, it's really important to make sure that you have high quality legible images. If you have one document and you photograph it page by page, it creates certain challenges. Of course, it doesn't give rise to cancel your proposal, but it's much more convenient for us to receive documents as PDF file rather than multiple photos of the different pages of the same document. So we'll really appreciate if you use PDF scans. And then finally, prepare your proposal and don't expect adjustments. Of course, surely you're entitled to adjustment under legislation, but the less adjustments we have, the faster we can sign the contract and ensure proper lead time and delivery terms. And so, how to monitor it and what communication channels we have. And here, please scan the first QR code. This is a tool that has been with us since 2022, and we cannot imagine our market consultations without it. It's a Pariba. It's a free of charge system for suppliers. We use it for market consultations, to comment medical and technical requirements, pricing, price quotations, but Pariba sometimes is not a good venue for communications because you answer the questions we are asking. So second QR code is about additional extra dialogue we can build together. All you have to do is just to leave your inquiry using this form, and we will get in touch in order to organize market consultations and prepare answers to the questions you want to learn more about. So, as part of market consultations, we don't talk about ongoing tender procedures, but while these procedures have not yet started, you have a unique chance to ask your questions to the SE medical procurements, and we will organize market consultation in line with applicable legislation. So basically, that's it from me. If you have any questions, we will be hanging around here during the break. We have many colleagues willing to comment on different items. And once again, thank you for joining our procurements, because our ultimate goal is to ensure availability of pharmaceuticals and medical devices essential for survival of our patients. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kateryna. Dear friends, do you have any questions to Ms. Kateryna? No questions. Wonderful. Then please feel free to use QR code. We have a Q&A form, so we will have time for it. I understand that later you would probably prefer to network, ask your questions, but our time is limited. So let's not waste time. Write your questions down, share them with us, and we will use your questions during Q&A session. Also, I see that many participants are taking picture and filming what's happening going on here. Well, dear friends, all presentation materials are available following the link in QR code. And dear friends, if you join us online, please feel free to follow the link. You also have a link in the post under the broadcast. I understand that you want to take a picture here and now, but everything is available. Okay, so everything is available, just use the QR code and we're about to move on, because we really want to stay in line with our timing. So now we invite the project manager and head of material production of medical procurement, Ms. Mariia Morozova. Ms. Mariia, please welcome, and the floor is yours. Hello everyone, welcome to our today event. I will steal a little bit of your time to discuss managed access agreements. This is an important tool we started to use recently last year. We signed the extreme number of agreements, and we hope that this year won't become an exception. And we will expand the access of our patients to innovative drugs. Now let's talk a little bit about the cycle. As you see on the screen, the first step is a submission of dossier for medical technology assessment. Medical technology assessment is done, and then we receive the conclusion. This conclusion is also sent to the Ministry of Health, where the working group on managed access agreements consider this conclusion, and only after that, when we have a positive decision, they send order to conduct negotiations to the negotiation group. Medical procurement is a part of it. Previously, we cannot initiate negotiations before that. After we do the negotiations, and we may have a big number of meetings, most important things we need to agree is a number. And we, of course, need to discuss the number of patients to be covered under this agreement. How can we support newly identified patients outside of the
після цього наші домовленості направляються на робочу групу, де робоча група приймає фінальне рішення. На жаль, інколи робоча група може бути може не погоджуватися.
And so sometimes we may not agree with the results of negotiations. And then we start the next round.
Since the beginning of 2025, amendments were made to Resolution 61, which makes it possible to also enter the process of regional procurements to engage the regions and the financial resources available to extend access of patients to innovative treatment and for procuring innovative medicines. As you can see on the screen, preliminarily it's going to look this way: collecting needs, regions come up with the estimation of needs and the possible scope of funding. We aggregate this need, coordinate that with the Ministry of Health, then we have negotiations with you. Then we assess whether we can enter into the agreement, and then we assess the possible volumes of supplies. And after we sign contracts with the regions, we also sign agreement with the supplier. Then there is payment and supply to the regions. Let me also mention that for the current molecules that are under negotiation, till the end of this week, the request will be sent to all the regions so that we collect the needs and could continue negotiations not only in view of the centralized budget, but also based on funding available in the regions. After we collect this information, we'll be back with the information about what we are going to obtain from the regions. And also, this is not only about the molecules under negotiations, that's also about the current contracts. Regions can join in not only for those molecules that are under negotiations, but also those where contracts have been signed. You will discuss that in more detail in the course of the panel discussion, and I hope that my colleagues will answer all the outstanding questions. Thank you. Thank you, Mariia. And we are so pleased that we have an inflow of questions. Please go ahead. I believe that we will have a longer Q&A session till 8 p.m. No, I'm joking, of course, but I see there are a lot of questions, and answering those questions will be helpful for many, not only for those who submitted those questions. Now, about supplies and quality control, Deputy Director General, Ms. Viktoriia Tkalenko, responsible for supplies. Dear partners, dear colleagues, participants of the forum, we are happy to welcome you. And I believe that it is so great that every year we organize this direct dialogue with you as market participants. But today, I believe we are here not just as representatives of organizations and companies. We are stakeholders in a huge system, due to which we can provide patients with the required medicines and medical products. Because every agreement signed with us as a central procurement agency, this is not just a legal document. This is about commitments to healthcare facilities, doctors, patients who on the daily basis wait for treatments and medical devices from the centralized facility. So we hope for an open dialogue because this is the focus of our forum today. Now the recommendations from us regarding effective supplies. Above all, that's about sticking with the timelines. We understand that the chain is now working under challenging conditions. Somewhere there are problems with production, with raw materials, regulatory issues, logistic routes are changing. But in these difficult conditions, you can see which suppliers are reliable. This is not about the number of contracts signed, but about the quality of compliance. Are we going to extend supply terms now only for critical needs? Because the priority is providing for patients. If there are not enough medicines, so only then it is possible to expand. Also, we use public dashboards that are used by hospitals and patients. We want this information that is public information for those who need those supplies. We want to keep it relevant. So we very much rely on your engagement, on your being responsible in the process. Also, as well as in the last year's projects, we will have the opportunity to accept the products earlier than the set term. There you need to send a motivation letter to us, and if we lack this product, we can coordinate this early supply. While if we have sufficient stock in the regions and in the warehouse, we will ask you to deliver not earlier than 30 days before the agreed terms. Then documents to coordinate supplies. According to our contracts, this term is for 2 weeks, 14 days. We ask you to comply with those terms. We need more time to coordinate all the documents and the phase of qualification of supply. We check all registration documents, quality certificates, their validity. We aggregate those documents, and with the warehouse, we coordinate the supply, and we need time for that. We want to reduce the number of urgent supplies so that we could properly comply with our duties. That's also important because, as mentioned, we now have 2 warehouses for medical goods. Every year, the Ministry of Health is conveying ever more items, and the scope is extending. It used to be 2.5 thousand pallets. Now it is already more than 5,000 a year. And organizing this wide-scale supplies, we need time for that. So we ask you to be responsible there. A recommendation for representatives of our suppliers who supply from non-residents. We ask you to be properly ready for customs clearance, and this is TIR or TOT1 document for the customs warehouse in Kyiv or financial guarantee. We see that often people postpone that till the very last moment, but let's try and reduce the level of risks in order to supply in a more coordinated way. Another focus is the quality of medical products that we procure, especially medical devices. So apart from the documents, the medical services opinion on the quality, well, also we may conduct audits according to Resolution 902 and other regulations. It is also indicated in the fourth annex to the contract. Laboratory control may be triggered by violation of supply procedures, improper labeling, or broken package. Any supplier potentially may be subject to that procedure. And in this year, as well as before, the costs for laboratory control are fully on the supplier. So please take that into account. And also, the term of laboratory quality control may take up to 2 months. So when you plan, you need to take into account those risks, especially if we speak about non-residents. Also, it is important to provide reagent standards, required materials for the laboratory. All of that needs to take place in advance so that at the point of supply, all the required reagents were available, and so that we did not take more time than needed. Recommendations for storage and transportation, another important aspect. All of our supplies that are coming to our warehouses must take place with validated vehicles, with temperature control. It is not allowed to transport medicines or medical goods in passenger cars. Everything needs to happen according to the legislation. The temperature mode is an important aspect. Usually we take information from loggers, and please do not spare us, because the standard practice is 1 logger per 3 or 5 pallets, because if they become dysfunctional, we may have no documents to confirm transportation. So the more, the better. And also, I would like to note regarding proper package. So please try to be responsible there. The products that are supplied to our warehouses are supplied in Euro pallets and thermo boxes to provide for integrity of products, adequate marking of packages as secondary and primary master cases. It's important we're going to patent WMS system. So all the package that comes to our warehouses needs to be respectively labeled. Also, in the contracts, we have the card of the cargo, where we ask you to indicate the dimensions of master cases. That will help us to quicker accept those products that arrive. And please try to avoid the situation where in one large box we have lots of series. That slows down the control. Try to divide the series between pallets so that we could quickly accept. And the final recommendation from me, let us try and plan realistically and comply with our contractual conditions. Thank you, Viktoriia. And we are going to move on now. Key legislative innovations in 2026, Deputy Director General for Legal Issues, Mr. Serhii Zabolotnyi. Welcome. Hello, dear partners, and I'm happy to welcome you at our event. Thanks God that our legal service works in a stable manner, so we're not going to discuss a lot of changes. However, there are the main aspects that we would like to discuss and convey. Currently, we are in the phase of reorganization. Let me explain what that process is, because many of you ask this question, and I would like address those aspects. So currently, our enterprise is in the process of termination. This is one of the steps for reorganizations. If you can see the messages from our enterprise, our Director General is head of the Termination Commission. It doesn't mean that we are liquidating or terminating our activities. That's about change of our legal form. After this process is over, we will be state-owned, non-commercial enterprise. And why we're doing that? First of all, it will support the administrative aspects, because above all, that's about delivery of goods, and that's about internal activities and tax legislation, so no worries there. All of our obligations regarding reorganization are going to comply with in a timely manner, so everything is going to be fine. Next, let me pay attention to our contracts. They are usually stable as well. This year, as well as previous years, we use 1, 2, and 3-year contracts. Maybe many of you know what that is and how to work with that, so it shouldn't be a problem. And let me also emphasize that based on our experience, of course, it makes more sense to work with 2 or 3-year contracts for planning, for supplying the patients. Regarding payments, there are a lot of questions. Here, I could indicate that in all contracts, apart from 1-year contracts, preliminary payment, advance payment is going to be conducted, provided there are banking guarantees. Also, we see questions in fora, so letters of credit are not going to be used by us. We used to do that, but then we had discussions with the Ministry of Finance and the Treasury Service. They do not see that letter as a form of securing. So we are not going to work with letters of credit. Regarding penalties, they remain in place, happily or unhappily. Let me emphasize that you need to comply with your commitments in a timely manner, and then, of course, you will not have to deal with those sanctions. Another aspect that I would like to pay attention to is registration certificates. For many of you, the term of this document is linked to enactment of the new law on medical devices. We know that it's going to come into effect on the 1st of January 2027. So we will initiate amendments to that law, to the final provisions, where we will suggest to extend the validity of the certificates for 3 years. So we will come up with this suggestion, but guaranteeing that this will be adopted, we cannot. do that. However, we will do our best to make sure that it happens. I guess that's it from me. Thank you for your attention. If you have any further questions, I will be happy to address them during the coffee break. Thank you. And during coffee break, during Q&A session, if any, thank you. We see that there are ever more questions, and that's nice. And now, Deputy Director General for Anti-Corruption and Compliance, Mr. Ivakhnenko. Hello, colleagues. Nice to see you all. Friends, partners, colleagues. I know that many are present online, so welcome to everyone. Let me speak about our rules on anti-corruption and compliance activities and so on and so forth. Here, basically everything remains unchanged, just as in the previous years, but there are some innovations that I would like to highlight for you, where there are certain gaps and lagging behind some commitments. So first, this is about application to participants of procurement process of these items under Article 47. This remains more or less the same as before. So if you participate in our procurement procedures, we check your compliance, and if there is at least one of exclusion criteria, we have to reject your proposal. Well, this is, for example, where the participant or the manager was brought to liability for corruption activities, violation of competition, and a number of other reasons. If the participants applies with other related parties, so sometimes we have to reject your proposals. And based on the experience of previous years, it does not result in any particular problems, but it may happen, so we need to be attentive and have integrity dealing with each other and with other market actors, so that you were not deprived of the opportunity to participate in our procurement process. One of the innovations since last year is non-compliance of obligations based on the previously signed agreements. This is one of the reasons why you could be rejected if you did not comply with your commitments under the previous agreements, and that resulted in early termination and application of sanctions. In order that these rules were clear how we use this item, we developed the internal procedure for rejecting those proposals. You can look through that and see if that applies to you or not, but to make it short, we will apply that for non-supplying the products. If the products do not arrive on time and you do not apply the respective measures, we will have to apply sanctions, and based on various qualification requirements, we will have to make the decision on not allowing you to participate in future tenders. So if you have any questions there, you can look through these procedures, you can approach me during the break and we can discuss that. So if all of those grounds are absent and you were recognized as the winner of the procurement process, you will have 4 days to upload the documents and to confirm that you or your manager. So you need to upload the abstract from the reference, the certificate that proves that you do not have criminal record, or this is the document issued by the registration country confirming the place of residence and citizenship. So we accept those documents that were issued no later than 90 days before the upload. Pay attention to that. I hope that you can hear me well. Okay, so you need to think about that in advance, because in Ukraine it is very quickly you can very quickly to get the certificates, while we know that if it is about a non-resident, it may be 30 or 60 days, so you need to think about that in advance. There are some bureaucratic aspects, how to receive these documents in various countries, how long you should wait. So most importantly, you need to order those documents, and during the budget year, you need to make sure that they are relevant. And if you see that our requirement of 90 days, that this term is expiring, you need to order them again to avoid the unpleasant situations, so that we did not have to cancel you. And also you upload documents on that you are not present in the corruption registry. For residents, it is automatic. For non-residents, if you don't have that document, you can just provide an explanation in the free form, explaining why this document is issued or not. Well, we already have some experience, but if you come for the first time, you can ask questions to us, and we will notify which documents we accept and what challenges you may encounter. Okay, so that's about procurement. And also, we see that now when people fill out our anti-corruption questionnaire, they may make mistakes indicating information about beneficiary ownership. So previously, we collected this information in order to check sanction limitations. That was our initiative, but recently, some changes were made, and now the customers need to receive this information about beneficiary owners and indicate that as they report on application of the contract. So I invite you to be as responsible as possible and fill out all the information as required there on beneficiary ownership, citizenship, the founder of the legal entity, if that's a legal entity, and so on and so forth. And this is not mandatory for non-residents, but you can fill it out. So this is mandatory for non-residents. So if this information is not filled out, this is one of the reasons why we may reject your tender proposal. And if you are a resident and information about your beneficiary is absent from the registry, we have to cancel that as well. I understand that not everyone has final beneficiary owners. There are definitions. There it is possible to indicate the reasons why you don't have that, or if you are a non-resident, you may have some difficulties accessing information about the actual beneficiary owner, the person who determines the further economic destiny of your revenue. So this is another possible reason for rejection. And also, we have always had this requirement that once every budget year after you sign the first contract, you need to fill out our anti-corruption questionnaire answering 10 questions. And this is the questionnaire that is available in the respective chapter. You received this just recently, and people are calling us. Maybe you also were contacted to fill out this questionnaire. And again, this duty appears when you sign the contract, but if you want to fill it out now, you can do that easily and indicate the date of filling out, not the date of the contract. That's okay for us, but it's important that it is filled out at the point of signing the contract or earlier, as you wish. Another thing where you need to pay attention, we have these sanction reservations annex, and we check the founders and participants, beneficiary owners, whether they comply with sanction limitations, prohibitions, and we have to comply with that. for reasons of the legislation and for internal reasons, because we believe that it is adequate. It makes sense to only work with the authorized suppliers, and there we check the registries of the UK, UN, and the US. And if someone is on that sanction list, we can terminate this agreement, and you need to inform us, notify us as your shareholder changes if the participation is more than 10%. Now we are checking the current contracts, and maybe you will receive our letters and you will need to explain why you didn't do that in a timely manner, and we will take into account the various factors. We will think about whether we should terminate the contract or not, but we collect this information just not for nothing. We must check this compliance with sanction prohibitions and limitations. You can approach us during the breaks, and we, with the colleagues, we are ready to answer those. Thank you. Thank you, Stanislav. And I see that there are a lot of questions, and now we are approaching the Q&A session. But before we proceed with that, I would like us to meet for welcome address Ms. Rebecca Kohler, SafeMed's manager, who is supporting the forum today.
Good day, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Apologize for not being here earlier during the opening remarks, but better late than never. Many of you know the SafeMed project. We have been here for many years now. SafeMed is a U.S. government-funded project that works to strengthen access to safe, affordable medicines for the people of Ukraine. And we know a great work has been done over these years. We know that transparent, accountable, and effective medical procurement saves lives. We also know it helps the government spend money wisely, and it creates an enabling environment for competition and for an active business market for all of you. We also know that the government of Ukraine, and as well as some donors, have greatly expanded their investment in medicines and in medical products. And that's a testament to Ukraine's commitment to the people of Ukraine, even despite the terrible war of the last now 5 years, going on 5 years. The medical procurement of Ukraine continues to impress us year in and year out with their ability to continue to expand their capacities and the complexity of their operations. They've continued to introduce new instruments for medical procurement, whether it's expanding their approach to centralized procurement, introducing innovative tools that you've been hearing about with, for example, managed entry agreements, and strengthening the role that the Prozero marketplace plays in the market. Medical procurement of Ukraine has also increased the trust of all of its stakeholders. Of course, today we're with all of you, the medical suppliers, but MPU continues to impress all of us. But today we're here to just ensure that the supplier community is informed, has its questions answered, and that you will perhaps participate either more broadly or maybe even for the first time in government-supported medical procurement. So you've I'm sure I've listened to the last few presentations. There's lots to hear, lots of new things, lots of continued ways that MPU is serving all of you and serving the people of Ukraine. Together with MPU, with the government, and with all of you, the market can become more stable, more predictable, more fair, and only by this kind of engagement will that really truly happen. So again, I don't want to take up too much more of your time. Thank you for letting SafeMed help support this event and for being committed partners to meeting the needs of Ukrainian patients and families. Thank you.
Thank you. Дякуємо. Товариство, невпинно будемо рухатися далі. Можна десь?
Colleagues, and we are moving on. So let's proceed with our Q&A session. I see quite a lot of questions, but we don't have that much time. So let's move on. First question goes to Kateryna Nekrasova, Deputy Director General for Client Experience and International Relations. When will you start the process to determine suppliers and further procedure to sign the contracts between the customers and suppliers? If we are speaking about the framework agreement, just as any other procedure, that's going to happen via Prozora system. As we receive the amounts from the Ministry of Health, we will conduct the analysis and determine the key positions that will require diversification of compliers. Then we will contact the suppliers. But in any case, the procedure within the framework agreement will be announced via Prozora system. We expect that for adult oncology, the amounts will be received soon. So within the next weeks, we will have the list of those items. We will be in contact with all the potential suppliers. But let me emphasize that this announcement is going to happen via Prozora. This procurement algorithm is actively used by other customers in other categories. So you can see how that happens. You can check the terms and conditions of those framework agreements. Okay, but don't run away. We have many questions for you, 162, so let's proceed with the list. So are you going to implement other non-price criteria apart from the supply terms? That's an existential question. Frankly speaking, we are grateful to businesses that put pressure on us so that we did that. So we analyze for the use of COPP as a price criterion. There are risks and advantages, but now we are not ready to say that we will definitely be going there. There will be additional queries to potential suppliers to check how that's going to influence the price and accessibility. And we also sent queries for total cost of ownership of some equipment. We will be looking forward to that. Speaking about medical devices, we are not ready to say which quality criterion we are ready to use, because we see that the list of non-price criteria in the law is exhaustive, and that creates a lot of risks for that procedure if we go beyond that list. However, when we speak about, for example, the catheters, as we mentioned, non-price criteria, there we analyze the possibility to apply the criteria post-market research and so on and so forth. So now we are waiting for this kind of facilitation meeting for all the stakeholders to have a discussion on that. And based on those international projects, and we are grateful for that support, we are going to move towards non-price criteria. But now this is about supply terms, total cost of ownership for equipment. That's the UK project on separate types of for quality confirmation, and COPP as an alternative, but again, there are too many risks there. So And could you tell us for which procurement period will the public plan announce? We want to apply the procurement plan for all our sustainable nomenclature. So as soon as we receive finalized quantities from the Minister of Health, we will be able to publish, to disclose that. And there are still 3-year agreements, and if a 3-year agreement fully covers the amounts for 2026, it will be allocated for a 3-year contract. If it covers only part of those amounts, we will inform you via the dashboard when, with which tool and what amount will be required. So we will assess the tentative terms of supply. It does not create the obligation to necessarily buy something if it is produced, but we will be grateful if you can take this information into account and act respectively. We will need a couple of more weeks to finalize that, and as we have the quantities, we will be able to publish that on the website, and of course we will be looking for your feedback, whether it's convenient, whether something could be added there. Thank you, Kateryna, and let's address the project manager, Mariia Morozova. So when will the mechanism of regional contracts start working, and what are the actual deadlines, because there is a high level of interest? I mentioned that for current molecules, we will send the requests, queries to the regions by the end of the week. We will start collecting the need figures from the regions, and then we will address all the suppliers with whom we have the contracts or the respective negotiation intentions. And speaking about the regions and how much we are going to give them, it's going to take 1 or 2 weeks, and then we will have information from them. And
Дякуємо, пані Марія. Отож, рухаємося далі. Чи є можливість реєструватися на Аріба та брати участь в ринкових консультаціях англійською мовою? Питання до пана Ігоря Лисенка, керівника департаменту цифрової трансформації МЗУ. Та, будь ласка, пане Ігорю.
Всім доброго дня. Якщо коротко, так, англійською мовою можна брати участь. Якщо ми кажемо про взагалі інтерфейс Аріби і можливість взагалі працювати там англійською мовою для англомовних наших користувачів і
We're
постачальників.
talking about Ariba interface and ability to use it for our English-speaking participants. We do have it. Everything is available in English, so just pick a language in your browser and feel free to use it. Okay, thank you. And we also have an addition. I will just briefly add, we showed QR code as a communication window to keep in touch with businesses, and there you can pick a language that you prefer to organize market consultations. On our part, we fluent in both languages, but if you plan to participate in our procurement, please be mindful that we request all documents to be in Ukrainian. So at the market consultation stage, we are willing to discuss everything, including in English, but at the document submission stage, we require translations for all documentation necessary for our procurements. Thank you. We have a question to Viktoriia Tkalenko. Due to failure to comply with the registration requirement, the dairy farm disrupts supplies for supplies for patients with orphan disease, lung hypertension. We are running out of medicines. What are you going to do with critical disruption of treatment process for these patients? Thank you for this question. Actually, that's what Mikhail Borisovich started his welcoming remarks. For lung arterial hypertension, we indeed have cases of bad faith behavior by suppliers, but we're not just sitting idle as an organization. We have already initiated a request to the Ministry of Health of Ukraine. We have already received certain medications, certain approved volumes to initiate new procurements. Now we're communicating with the market in order to get some quantity of these medicines. We have also filed a request for humanitarian aid for these medications. And we have already received positive feedback, so potentially we may receive some of them as humanitarian aid while we initiating tender and importing goods under a new tender. Thank you. And we have another one question for you. When do you expect to approve budget numbers for cancer programs and cardiovascular programs? Here, let me highlight that in order to get these quantities and confirm the quantity under agreements with suppliers, we first need to do the needs assessment. This need assessment takes a lot of time in our procurement cycle for these two areas mentioned in your question. We have already collected needs from medical facilities. We shared this data with the Ministry of Health. So the Ministry of Health, a group of experts, is also supposed to verify this need. If we talk about adult cancer patients in the next few days, upon request by the Ministry of Health, we are about to adjust the quality for certain molecules in the regions for cardiovascular conditions. Let me remind you that we have a lot of nomenclature units. Experts, the ministry experts are already working on this needs assessment data, and we hope that very soon at the working meeting these applications will be approved, and then the orders on quantity will be officially published on the website of the Ministry of Health, and then we will be able to contact you in order to confirm volumes. I expect that it will happen definitely until the end of March. Thank you, Ms. Viktoriia. Thank you for your request. Now, question to the head of Electronic Catalog Administration Department, Ms. Oksana Koval. And the question is the following. How do you plan to address the situation with the localization of medical examination and surgical gloves? This product is not physically produced in Ukraine, except for separate sterilization facilities, which account to less than 5% in the procurement portfolio. It's probably my most favorite question, because distributors are asking it every day. Let me highlight that localization conditions apply not just to gloves that are manufactured in Ukraine, but also gloves from eligible countries, which we recently mentioned on our website. We also include the step-by-step instruction what needs to be done in order to buy gloves. Of course, we are not a legislator. We don't develop legislation, we don't write them, but we still try to be proactive. We wrote a request to the Ministry of Economy. Now we are cooperating with the Ministry of Health. We will suggest certain amendments, but there is some legislative collision. Given the fact that Resolution 1178 includes gloves and mandatory items for procurement, while Resolution 782 includes them to the list of localizable goods. And we all perfectly understand that these two definitions are a bit contradictory. So what are we going to do right now? Now in the electronic catalog, we have created profiles with a localization percentage in acceptable countries, eligible countries. Now we have 3 manufacturers from eligible countries and 1 manufacturer with a satisfactory degree of localization. We also have explanations from the Ministry of Health that gloves are strategically important item for hospital because they impact epidemiological situations. They are needed during examination and during surgical treatment. So the Ministry of Health believes that when no gloves that are compliant with localization requirements are necessary, they can be procured given the objective needs of the hospitals. And it won't constitute the violation of the legislation when we talk about the lives of our patients. But there is still some hope that soon this problem with gloves will be addressed. But still, please ask this question to Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Economy. Thanks. Thank you, Ms. Oksana. Next question to the head of contract follow-up department, Mr. Zhelezny. Vladislav, please. Please show us so we can see. Show yourself so we can see you. And the question is the following. Are you going to continue the supply terms for already made 3-year agreement, where if the quantities of 2026 budget are not confirmed for 30 days? until the deadline? And if so, then for what period it will be extended? First of all, dear colleagues, especially those whom I haven't yet greeted personally, so we always try to make a step towards our suppliers. And if for some reason we cannot confirm the quantity and the delivery time is approaching, we will consider such cases on an individual basis, and we will pay attention both to consumption and to production cycle. And we will also take a look at what the manufacturer has done in order to minimize such risks, that the quantities may be risks that quantities may be confirmed later, and they may not have the goods available. So basically, did they order at least some goods they can supply as soon as possible?
Дякуємо, Владислава.
Thank you, Vladislav.
Про категорійної менеджерки
Question to Vladislava Garanenko, category manager at the medical procurement. Ms. Vladislava, are you here? So the question is the following. This year, 3-year loan contract expires for osteosynthetic implant supply. Do you plan a new procurement for this particular item? And if yes, is it going to be another 3-year contract? Do you plan to announce tender 2026, or it will happen in 2027 when 2027 supplies will start? Hello. So as for these quantities, we plan to procure in 2026. After the order of the Ministry of Health, we will analyze the quantities we have approved for 2025 procurement. If these quantities don't cover what's already contracted, we will announce procurement in 2026. As for 3-year contracts, well, it's a priority for us to ensure efficient planning and procurements. But as for the willingness to execute 3-year contracts, we will negotiate with potential suppliers as part of market consultations. Thank you. Svetlana Stakhovska, Head of Public Procurement Department. A question is for you. What financial documents on financial capacity of the resident company will be requested by medical procurement? And do these documents require an authorization, or it's just enough to translate them in Ukrainian and do the translator certification? As for financial capacity, it will be one of the qualification criteria. I know our participants are already used to similar experience, and now we feel the need to introduce additional qualification criteria. As for residents, everything is clear. There is a clear list of documents that prove financial capacity. It's defined in our Ukrainian legislation, so no questions here. This document will be linked to the expected contract value, and it will be considered individually. As for non-residents specifically, we understand that we can provide for specific list and names of these documents. So we will focus on government of foreign country regulatory framework. So the only requirement is that the participant submits financial document proving the annual revenue, annual sales, so to say. You should also include this information in your explanation letter, what specifically we should pay attention to. And as for certification, yes, this financial document needs to be translated into Ukrainian. It's indeed very important for us as for procurement organization, because as Kateryna already mentioned previously, we are state-owned enterprise and we are obliged to accept documents only in Ukrainian. So your document needs to be translated like the rest of tender documentation. And as for notarization, well, we understand that would be the right way to do, but we once again try to make a step towards our participants. We understand that notarization usually takes some time, and of course participants are personally responsible for accuracy, completeness, and credibility of the data in the tender proposal, so we don't see big reason. Well, we don't mandatory require them in notarization. And let me then bring your attention to the data confidentiality. Please read again what can be considered as confidential information in line with Ukrainian loan procurement. It's just for the future, so you don't think that we request that this information about certain amounts as confidential. It's not confidential. So first time everyone will struggle, I know, but eventually we will learn how to do it together. Also, we faced some challenges, specifically last year. We've seen some novelties in procurement cycle for 2026. As for framework agreements, non-price criteria, etc. So please feel free to approach me and I will provide you more detailed information. And if you have any ideas about how to improve efficiency of our procurements, as my colleagues already mentioned, we are open for dialogue and we consider of our options, of course, within the legal field. Now a question to Serhii Zabolotnyi. Microphone, please. Yes, pass the microphone, please. So this question is as following. What is the alternative to prepayments under bank guarantees if the supplier can obtain a bank guarantee? Look, as I already mentioned, all our 2 years and 3 years contracts, but we include the bank guarantee by default. Let me explain you why it happens. First of all, we are 100% dependent on the state public funds, and the budget legislation is formulated in a way that we cannot allocate budget funds just like that. Well, it set the risk, so in all our contracts, 2 year and 3 year, we use this tool of this instrument of bank guarantee. Also, please be mindful that, as I mentioned during my presentation, we also have 1 year contracts. This is a more flexible payment instrument, because if payment under 2 year contracts will happen this year, and budget year 2026, then until October, it's at least approximate deadline visit for ourselves, we can provide post-payment. Something like this. Thank you. And another question for you. In this multi-year contract, do you include any mechanism of price adjustment or other tool to minimize hryvnia devaluation risks? Thank you for your question. Actually, for many years, in our 2 year and 3 year contracts, we include a formula for price revisiting. Please be mindful, in 2 years, 3 year contracts, we have advance payment, so we basically immediately pay to our counterparties upfront. So please, we also need to account the cost of your money, the cost of your funding. State-owned enterprise by this advance payment of 5, 6, 7 months in advance basically provides loans to businesses. So the formula equation is available and no other questions here. Well, I think that's it for you. And we have another question to Ms. Kateryna Nekrasova. So when Jan Herto is about to be procured because patients with stage 4 also want to live? This is a question we received. Thank you for your question. Actually, at the very beginning of our presentation, we have already stressed that we don't decide what to procure. This is decision of the Ministry of Health, and we really appreciate that we can be free of the social pressure. This medication currently is not included in our procurement structure, but there is a real need for this medication. We recommend to negotiate with the supplier, because supplier also determines the availability of this product in the market. There is also managed access agreement, but as was mentioned, first we need to complete the assessment for the specific indication. So there is a need for this particular product. Unfortunately, we don't have it on the list of centralized medical procurements, so please communicate with suppliers, try to include the manufacturers in the medical technology assessment, and then there are some ways how they can join procurement system, either regional under the medical procurement of Ukraine. Thank you, Ms. Kateryna. And we have our last question to Mr. Igor Lysenko. So, Mr. Igor, your answer on to this question will determine the further development of our forum. Just please be honest. And I'm pretty sure everyone gave honest answers. Do we announce a break? Yes, of course. We're about to make a break. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your questions. Now we're about to enjoy a coffee break. But we're pretty sure that this coffee break will become a good space for networking. So please enjoy networking, enjoy some fresh air, and in half an hour we will come back to this hall. Thank you for participation in the panel discussion.
Wow.
Я гадаю, нас чутно, але чутно лише тут, в цих стінах, так? До зони
I believe
кавабрейку,
that
до
you can hear us, but only here. And for in the coffee break area, they don't really hear us very well, but we invite you to take your seats, and in a couple of minutes we are going to start. We will start with a panel discussion, so you are very much welcome. Let's not waste our time, and let's try and make sure that we stick with the timing, with the agenda. We will be happy to see everyone who has been with us from the very beginning, and also our participants who joined us for the online participation. They are looking forward to the start of the event, and we will still have time to communicate, at least 1 hour, to continue this communication, to address any issues, to ensure actual networking. So you are welcome back.
Тож, шановне товариство, ми вам дуже дякуємо за
So,
відгук.
dear colleagues, thank you for your responding to our invitation. So hopefully during the break, you have managed to energize yourself a little bit. And we are going to proceed with the panel discussion that we now have ahead. This is about mixed funding, how limited budgets will expand access of patients to innovative treatments. I'm happy to introduce and to invite participants of the panel discussion. Evgeny Hanchar, Deputy Minister of Health, Mr. Zabolotnyi, Deputy Director General for legal aspects. And look, you have fans. They wanted to give you a round of applause. Then Alexandra Baychuk, Head of Healthcare Department of Ivano-Frankivsk Regional State Administration, Mr. Kutsepal, Head of Internal Control of Healthcare Department Kyiv Administration, Stepan Korolko, Director General of the Cancer Center, Natalia Babak, Expert of Association of Innovative Treatments, Tetiana Kulesha, Head of the Board of the CSO on Orphan Diseases, is online, Anna Bezruk, Manager of the Healthcare Committee of EBA, Anna Tarantsova, Co-Head of Healthcare of ACC to Ukraine, and we would also like to invite the partner of Artzinger Law Firm, expert for healthcare sector regulation and access to innovation, Lana Sinichkina. And why I insisted on your applauding, I'm happy to pass the floor to Olena, and she's going to be the moderator of this panel discussion. So I wish you a fruitful exchange. Thank you. Happy to welcome you. I am partner of law firm Art, and for a long period of time we've been making this contribution into socially oriented projects. What we are going to discuss today, this is a project that we initiated and co-authored, and I'm very pleased to say that almost everyone here on the panel today, they are also co-authors of the project. Each of you in due time contributed to initiating and implementing the project further. Maybe who we are missing is Ms. Stepanishina, who promoted these very important changes at the parliamentary level. The Ministry of Finance was also engaged. We understand that they are also an important stakeholder that we worked with. So today, that was a short introduction, and today we are going to speak about new changes, new system of mixed funding to finance the procurement contracts. And well, basically that's a challenge for me because there are a lot of us in the panel discussion. I insisted that the organizers give us more time, so we will have 7 to 8 minutes for every speaker. So I will try to ask you to be very strict to the point. We have lots of questions. There will be even more after this panel discussion, and we will be ready to address those. And let me once again emphasize that the mechanism has proven as an efficient mechanism for procurement of medical products. It's been working since 2022. This is about 15% of all procurement of in the market, in the medical market. In December, the process to develop the legal framework for regional contracts was completed. There is now resolution, Cabinet Resolution 1704, but I believe that this work continued until now, basically. Today, Serhii showed me the letter from the Minister of Finance. It's very important to launch the mechanism. It confirms the possibility to launch the system without additional amendments to cabinet resolutions. Maybe now that there was a collision situation, but now it has been addressed and the Ministry of Finance supported and confirmed that.
Євген Гончар, заступник міністра, будь ласка.
Yevhen Honchar, Deputy Minister, we are waiting for you here in the panel discussion. Okay, so basically this is an introduction. We are going to start the discussion, presenting the changes. And we start with Yevhen, who participated in different stages of the process of making the amendments. At the stage of the concept paper, we communicated a lot, and when we were developing the legislative frame. So the most challenging questions are addressed to you, as could be expected, considering the role of the ministry as the developer and implementer of the healthcare policy. So let's start with you. A pressing issue is how the Ministry of Health prioritizes the treatments, because some of them have passed a positive procedure, and then the decision is made by the working group on which products will be eligible for this procedure. So how do you conduct this selection? How can the patients anticipate which products will be procured under this mechanism? Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I wouldn't say that this is a challenging question. We have quite a lot of findings, conclusions for the assessment, and we have these provisions where the products become eligible provided certain recommendations are complied with. This is mostly price-related recommendations, some other ones. So sometimes it is in public domain. You can see that in the opinion. So for those products that are interesting for you, or your competitors or someone else's, but often it is blurred and it is not available in public domain, but we have this information. Regarding prioritization for negotiations, in the resolution it is indicated that we prioritize those negotiations where the potential supplier agrees to reduce the price to achieve 1.3 GDP. And regarding decision making, that's also about striking the respective recommendations, which almost always is about reducing the price down to the economically efficient indicator. And another indicator is the general impact on the budget. Unfortunately, we have these situations where the price may go down, and it is within the recommended range of 1.3 GDP, but the impact on the budget is extensive, and of course that slows down decision making, because even if there are positive results, the financial scope to conduct this assessment of impact on the budget, well, we have scarce funds for that, so especially if it is about wide scope. Also, there is another situation where even though there may be positive, conditionally positive findings or results of negotiations, there is a significant lack of the number of predicted estimation of the number of patients, and that's about the impact on the budget. So in the course of negotiations, we often suggest that the indicators that the suppliers indicate this aspect. But often this is open to discussion, and frankly speaking, that slows down decision making. That is why, despite the non-public nature of these negotiations, because above all, this is about the demand of the market. Well, without that demand of the market, I would be happy to publish whatever we have there. We would show the great prices that we have, but we don't have that opportunity. So despite the fact that not all of the information is accessible, the process is quite understandable intuitively, and what we communicate is basically clear. So those companies that have the agreements where we conducted negotiations, now I'm deputy minister, I used to be the head of the department state expert, so we are very much familiar with this process. Let me still clarify. The question is whether they are ready or not to reduce the price. It is addressed during the negotiations, right? As well as readiness or not being ready to admit additional payments, patients. But it's not quite clear how the products are selected and where the negotiation procedure is initiated, because it is not initiated for everyone. Well, formally, we start with everyone. The intensity may be different. So this is the rule, that you start these negotiations with everyone who comes. Oh, yes, Oleg may correct me, but all the instances where the recommendation is to conduct negotiations, we conduct negotiations with everyone, even where the finding stipulates that the price needs to be 99.9% lower. I mean, we still believe that it makes sense to start negotiations with everyone. I cannot think of any case where we would not start negotiations where there was the respective recommendation. I remember we had this collision when it was stated that we need to start negotiation to include into the national list. We cannot do that, and we are in the process of negotiations on what to do about that situation. Otherwise, it has started with everyone with different intensity. More intensity with those where they indicate that they can provide the price at 1.3. Okay, so we hear the important message. Another question which we often hear from patient organizations, from businesses, potential co-funders, who's going to finance with you. So the question is whether it is planned that under every procurement under this mixed principle, there will be at least some part of the Ministry of Health budget, because according to the legislation, it is possible, but that's not mandatory, right? There is no commitment that for every procurement there needs to be a certain part of Ministry of Health budget. So are you going to stick with this principle in practice? And if so, maybe you have some understanding about the scope. Above all, I would like to say that our task, as that of the Minister of Health, is to operating the budget that we have to provide for equal access to medical services and treatments to all the patients, no matter where they live, in Kyiv or in a village in Zhytomyr region. So all in all, our position is that if we include something into the reimbursement program for centralized procurement or whatever, then if it is done with funds of the state budget, all patients need to have access to that. This is unethical, and according to the legislation, it's not possible to buy something from the state budget only for residents of a territory. That makes no sense. Second, the very tool of the regional contract implies that if a certain community or a region has the financial resources that they want to use for additional provision, we are ready to support them there and to provide for that, but this needs to be funds of the respective territorial community. If they are ready, but they don't have enough money to cover all the needs of the region, and there are 2 or 3 regions more with the same situation, can the Ministry of Health contribute? Well, again, ideologically, ethically, and legally, with our resources, financial resources, we must provide for equal access for all the patients. I cannot explain a patient from, say, Zhytomyr why we bought something for patients from Vinnytsia, but not for their region. So if it is about the state budget. Also, well, we have this kind of technical discussion regarding implementation of the contracts, but that's a technical discussion, whether we should buy like 1 vial, 1 tablet to be part of that agreement, but that's rather a technical discussion. Ideologically, it shouldn't be like that. I see. I just wanted to say that according to the legislation, it is possible to aggregate the amounts and the funding. So with aggregation from various sources, including, for example, the Ministry of Health budget, it is possible to contribute to this basket to cover needs of the country. So I believe that as it is further implemented, we will be able to approach that as well. And now I would like to pass the floor to Serhii Zabolotnyi, who spoke a lot today, but I believe he still has a lot of comments on the regional aspect, because Serhii worked with us on those changes, the concept of the recent amendments to the legislation. So now how is that going to happen physically? Because for many regional customers, hospitals, it's not quite clear how it's going to happen. Well, there is the regulation and that governs that your interaction, but could you comment on the main aspects? Thank you for your question. Above all, I would like to express gratitude to MPs, to everyone who contributed to this process, because as mentioned, this was a challenge for us, for everyone, basically to make sure that this instrument is workable. As of now, the practice of how it's going to work, it has not been accumulated. We are going to pave this way and develop some practice. Maybe we will learn from our mistakes. And in this way, this mechanism is going to start working. Regarding how it's going to work, how we see that. Above all, and this is regulated by Resolution 61 of the Cabinet, first of all, there should be this communication between us and regions to discuss their need. As soon as it is completed, we start negotiations with the suppliers to make sure that they understand whether it's going to be interesting for you, if they can offer a good price. Then we will understand next steps. After negotiations with suppliers, we go back to those facilities that express their wish to procure under this model. We indicate the price, and in this way, by signing these agreements of cooperation with them, that is the Resolution 61, then we sign that and we work. I know that there was a question about confidentiality. Yes, we will proceed with that now, but let me clarify. You have mentioned that the first step was to start with the existing contracts. It's not quite clear why. Why start with those? Why not start with new ones under the mixed principle? Thank you for your question, and let me explain why we decided on that step. Understanding that the process of signing the contract is quite labor intensive and time intensive. We understand it may take a year or two, and meanwhile the patients will remain without supplies. So we decided that it would make sense to start with the contracts that have been already signed. So we have the certain amounts and prices, and we go to the supplier and we ask them if they are ready to additionally supply certain amounts at this price. And of course, further on, when we see that everything is okay, as I mentioned, we will sign the respective contracts. Okay, we will go back to this in today's discussion. And regarding confidentiality now, well, it is clear how confidentiality was complied with during ordinary procedures where there is one stakeholder, but now it's going to be many stakeholders and many customers that allocate their funds. So then how is it possible to preserve this confidentiality? And if it's going to be absolute or for certain purposes, the information about prices needs to be available in some documents. And you as the central body, how are you going to ensure provide for that confidentiality? Without that, there will be no readiness of the suppliers to start this process. Thank you for your question. Confidentiality issue has been raised repeatedly in different platforms, in public discussions. That's a key question. So we understand that keeping the price confidentiality is according to legislation and resolution of the cabinet number 61, and we even included that in the model agreement. So when we sign all those contracts on interaction with hospitals, there will also be the provision on confidentiality. And how it's going to be inside that to function internally, we will provide recommendations to facilities how we believe it is better to build that. But facilities already need to engage in this intensive work, understanding their responsibility for that. And for those who have not yet developed the respective internal processes and documents, they need to think about that, right? Because when they sign the contract, it should be there in place because that's about their legal obligation. That's an important aspect which I believe requires detailed explanations. For you, this is already regulated and you can be a showcase for them how it could be done for each of the entities. Thank you. Another important issue to make sure that it works is readiness of regional customers, hospitals to engage. We understand that a lot of things depend on them, on their wish, their readiness, but also a lot of things depend on you because you are the central authority and currently you have all the information on how that's going to happen. And by the way, not all regional customers are in the know about the changes and the opportunities. So you personally, I mean, your facility, how are you planning to engage to inform people about that it's available and also engage them? Because there are lots of people, lots of questions. Maybe you have some timeline for that. Yeah, I believe this is one of the relevant questions, how that's going to happen. And basically, we have a certain understanding of how we are going to do that. So, of course, we will notify healthcare facilities about the contracts that are going to be signed. We will send this information to the regions. That's in the next 2 weeks. Yeah, even faster, I believe. Till the end of next week, we were going to complete that and to send that to regions. And the information about signed contracts is available on the website. So access to the information is easy. Also, then we plan to conduct a number of measures, awareness-raising activities, so that the regions could have a bit better understanding of what those contracts are. And further on, we will focus on explaining the regional dimensions, because as mentioned, for them, that's going to be a new tool. And of course, for them, that will be about the opportunity to preserve their budget. So that's our plans. Okay, thank you. And now we can proceed. You will participate in our further discussion. We will have a lot of questions there. But now let me pass the floor to representatives of our regional customers. We were supposed to be joined by Dmytro Kusapal from Kyiv City Administration. I'm not sure if he is online with us, not yet. Okay, then Alexander Baychuk. Alexander Barchuk, the head of department, healthcare department of Ivano-Frankivsk region, and Stepan Grubka, director general of the cancer center. It is, I believe, an interesting case because not all hospitals realize that they can be independent customers in this kind of procedure. So, Alexandra, have you heard about that? Are you planning to participate if you see new opportunities to provide for patients in your region? Do you see any new risks, or maybe you are ready to delegate all of those procurements and forget about those inspections that you had? Well, above all, thank you for this opportunity to participate in this discussion. If we know about these contracts, yes, we do. If we have started to exploring, yes, because we always start exploring something new, trying new opportunities where the need arises.
It's a very interesting mixed financing format, and we are happy that we have support of our local authorities. But there are several things, probably several questions we are yet to answer. First of all, we need to clearly understand the organization of processes, because it's about partnership between the state, the regional authorities, and the manufacturer. We need to have some understanding, because different regions have different financial capacities. So we need to understand whether each region will take independent decision, or whether they would participate, they would follow this mixed funding principle. Or is it going to be some general rules for certain nosologies? We need to understand what percentage of co-funding we can include, because once again, different regions have different capacities. And probably the most important question, we previously had discussion with Mr. Stepan, the head of Cancer Center. We need a clear register of patients, because patients migrate, patients travel abroad. And how patient is supposed to get that medication? But once again, it's a very good, it's a promising thing, because it's about partnership and it's about ability of more patients to get access to innovative treatments, fast treatments. So the region is going to support it, and we will try to implement it as soon as possible. Thank you so much. Then I would like to give floor to Stepan, but probably out of us, he is the closest to the patient, because unfortunately all of us are the patients, but become patients, but I really like that you highlight the partnership a little bit. Yes, indeed, this partnership is centered around the patient. And this mechanism allows significant reduction of price as compared to what regional buzz would reach in the hypothetic Prozoro auction. So do you see some new opportunities for yourself in new clinic? And are you ready to join in the process? Because actually this reform targets exactly patients from your field. Do you understand how it's going to work? Do you need any additional information? And thank you so much for having me, first of all. In general, we are happy that we have this tool at all. We already feeling it, and our patients are feeling it. And finally, they have access to treatments they previously had to pay them themselves. And it's a very important steps to show the patients that the government cares about them. Do we have problem with managed access agreement? Well, it's like a newborn child. We are born, we develop, we grow, we start, we take our first steps. Naturally, managed access agreements require some time. So instead of judging, please try to understand and correct what's missing. As for the hybrid model in general, our model is a bit different from other institutions because we are subordinated to the Ministry of Healthcare. Our institution reports to the Ministry of Healthcare. And as Mr. Eugen mentioned, sometimes it's difficult to choose who's better and who's worse. The Ministry of Health means availability for patients in all areas of Ukraine. At the same time, we are based in Kiev and we pay taxes to local budget. Even though we more relate to the Ministry of Health, we still pay taxes to the Kiev Council. And last year we paid over 150 million hryvnias in taxes. Definitely we want to participate in such decisions together with regional or with municipal structures. And are you ready to support it on your part? Or do you, well, independent procurement was as close as possible, but I don't think that managed access agreement ready for it. When an agreement, when contacts medical procurements, and about some NTA of procurement, which will require additional work. І в цілому, якщо говорити про договори керовано, if you talk about managed access contracts, it's a tool that has allowed the government to take next steps. Thanks to establishment of medical procurements, SE medical procurements, now we really can achieve the good price, whether it's the direct or indirect. Well, we can easily do these calculations, division and multiplication. It's not something difficult to come up with a price. It's pretty simple mathematically. In general, if we talk about work on managed access agreements and to work with medical procurements, it's always pleasant because it's always nice to deal with professionals. I know how the procurement system operates. So I'm sorry that part of the team your team now works at the National Cancer Institute. We try to get the best procurement officers globally, but are we ready to work with our regional department for procurement of certain drugs? Here now, yes, we are. Probably now we are one of the institutions that has worked the most with managed access contracts, specifically in the cancer field. We develop SOP standard procedures. Just to remind you that medicines can be bought, can be distributed in the region, and still used inefficiently, and it will be a great loss for the budget and poor medical care efficiency for the patient. So it's very important to make sure that together with the Ministry of Health and SE medical procurements, we implement the rules for prescription of medications in line with medical technology assessment. And then we will help region with implementing it in this area. And the initiative of the National Cancer Institute will be to invite the Ministry of Health to become a validator and to assess the efficiency of using the medicines procured under management access agreements. So basically, your institute may also join to awareness raising efforts about price changes and to training other institutions. Is it correct? Maybe you can use your example, if you have successful example, to clearly understand and explain how it's supposed to be done. Well, we can gladly do it, but we need to invite the National Health Service to develop another training package, because part of this process, we also lose some of our efficiency and then provide target services, because we send basically busy by something else. Right now, for every molecule, we will verify all the verification of all patients we receive from the region. So, yes, we are ready. But once again, via healthcare facility, the Ministry of Health. Ministry of Health is formulating the policy. We represent the ministries that basically leads the cancer care in the country. Basically, we act as direct assistance to the MOHA and implementation of general cancer policy. Thank you. And I have another question to Alexandra and also maybe to you, Stepan. So this interaction between you, city regional council, this who's supposed to allocate this funding across the programs, and healthcare facilities who are driving these needs. How efficient is this interaction right now? Or maybe this new mixed managed access agreement requires certain strengthening. So this education on awareness raising compound, maybe it should not be focused around doses or treatment methods, but rather include representatives of legal organizations of self-governance. So what do you think about it? How does it work at your level? So managed access agreements, we had it. The only thing that in December changes were introduced for mixed funding, and recently we had a question directly with the head of administration, with the head of regional council. Well, because we also deal directly with key spending units. So why there is a certain category of patients who unfortunately are not provided at the governmental level? I will allow myself to use it to say it, but Mr. Evgeny, we all know that patients for first-time disease are fully supplied, unlike patients with type 2 and type 3. So we have had repeated meetings with public organizations, including Orphan Diseases of Ukraine and CMO partner organizations. Why do we have this question right now? Why do we have this acute need to initiate discussion? Because in our region we have a total of 12 patients who are in need of treatment for this condition. And so it's a pretty significant amount for regions of over 70 million hryvnias. If one original program has an outrage of 32 million people, then, well, how's the money will come though? And so as an alternative, we've also considered mixed alternative or mixed funding in this category of patients. We're ready to join. We have already allocated some stuff, but we don't yet fully understand the percentage rate applicable to this co-funding of regional efforts. Then maybe we won't try this matter for now. Serhii maybe will try to give us answer later. So how is it going to determine this percentage as part of this mechanism? I mean the percentage to be co-funded by regional authorities. First of all, we need to understand the number of drugs, the quantity of drugs to be procured. Because potentially, it's just an example. If we buy 100 MPUs, maybe it would be indeed interesting for the supplier, and he'll be able to get benefits 10 ampoules No, probably no one would sign a regional agreement because the supplier is also counting money, and now they are asked to launch a new cycle of production, etc. So here's about financial administrative resource. So if sufficient number of agencies willing to procure this drug, we will use these figures to import a decision. A realistic percentage will be clear only following negotiations. But at the initial stage, you expect the regional plan to confirm the number. And that's what is the budget they're willing to allocate, and what budget is supposed to be covered only after negotiation process. And now I would like to give floor to representatives of the business community. First of all, I'm grateful to experts of our association who is specializing on innovative medications, because we depend that their work is also essential to ensure that these medications actually reach their patients through managed access agreement, either through centralized or through mixed model, because we understand that medical technology assessment is often negotiated, but no drugs are sourced, so no managed access agreement is executed. So, dear colleagues, thank you so much for your proactive participation in development of this concept, draft changes to legislation. We tested everything. You shared your feedback. So, after this experience of participating in this discussion, how would you estimate whether it's going to be an extra momentum for your companies because you communicate with your global colleagues who often made decision where they allocate and allocate this money to Ukraine. So it's just another momentum for them. Just to start with Ukraine, as a country, as a priority country, priority jurisdiction in some sense, given all the circumstances we live in. So do you see here in new opportunities and maybe some other changes, high risk changes? I couldn't miss during your meeting. So let's start with doing speech. Let's start with Natalia. Thank you so much. Oh yes, indeed. Working with a limited budget, representatives of the innovative medicine producers use its own expertise in order to contribute to development of efficient mechanism which would increase the amount of funding and obviously improve the access of patients to innovative medications. The key thing here is to make sure that this mechanism is working, that this mechanism really serves patients. Because currently at this panel discussion, and listening to other participants, I've suddenly realized that, well, we don't yet have it in place. We need to work on it. And there's opportunities. If this mechanism provides for expansion of budget, building capacity, and filling 100% needs of the population, it will be the ключевой, это будет стать ключевым стимулом for innovative producers to continue their business and to invest. But here it's more like a question than a comment. Having access of negotiations and contracting under managed access agreements, we usually are guided by our medical technology assessment data with 100% population, where there is a co-funding. How the region are about will be joining this process, and how the funding will be organized. I mean, as we negotiating to meet 100% of the population, and it's also about price, it's volume related, but given 100% coverage of the population. Yes, let me expand your question a little bit. Now, we need to test this new mechanism using existing managed access contracts that are already executed, that are already signed. So we talk about expanding this need through additional agreements. I don't really understand where do we get this additional need. How this additional need is justified, especially, well, for orphan conditions, it's more or less clear. Because it's not that difficult to calculate them. And if new cases emerge, of course, it would be good to meet these additional needs. But when we talk about non-orphan disease, about large volumes of for procurement, such as in case of cancer, how can we identify this need, this additional need, will be covered, 100% covered by the agreement? Well, very reasonable question indeed. It's just floating in the air. So yes, as I said at the very beginning, our politica or policy means that if we accept certain commitments on patient treatment, we need to 100% fulfill these commitments. If we accept a patient, we need to close the case. That's the first thing I want to bring attention to. But if we still adopt a more empirical and practical perspective to the structure of existing conclusions, well, I once did an analysis. Over 18 or maybe even 90% of them are orphan conditions. And even if it's cancer, it's rare types of cancer. Because this is just the trend we witness. All different mutations emerges, and certain types of cancers get a legal status of orphan disease. So we don't talk about dozens and thousands of patients. It's about, I don't mean dozens of thousands, it's literally dozens or hundreds of patients. And most of these patients have orphan conditions. At the same time, most of them, not the majority, but still most of them, still have different indications, such as cancer drugs, via use of label for different indications, cancer drugs that are not a part of, for which no medical technology assessment is available. So it's more like about clinical and economic feasibility. I believe it's a very promising model for mixed access managed agreements when we procure drugs for certain population for certain disease, as the said around. So basically here we let the regions to do it for other units, for other nosologies. The same is true for certain cancer drugs. As a tool or logic of how to engage them and the co-funding idea is, well, if we have a drug and for this drug we have clear indication and we still do procurement, I don't see much logic and much sense in it. But for those drugs which have many indications, at least two different indications, this logic starts to emerge. And once again, I want to emphasize, add a clinical perspective to the conversation. When, for example, we have several indicators and we opt for specific indicators, it's usually due to two facts. Either there is a medical technology assessment because it's a primary prerequisite for us. We cannot move forwards without it. And so the medical technology assessment emerged. And then the second for SMA type 1, for CMA type 1. But we don't have it for CMA type 2. Why do we buy it for CMA type 1 and other cancer diseases? Because it has the best ratio of the best clinical cost to clinical benefit ratio. Even the vendor prioritized the assessment of medical technologies for this indication. We do agree that for this indication, the drug produces the highest clinical efficiency for its cost, and we basically fund it. So we assume that further interventions are less economically effective, but if regions are willing to support this initiative, well, which we welcome and encourage any legitimate investments in healthcare to promote access of patients to medication. Thank you. Okay, again, thank you so much. First of all, according to our legislation, according to us, we cannot buy procure medications for indications we don't have a medical technology assessment for. But, for example, often during negotiations, we face a situation where indeed the Ministry of Health may not meet this 100% of needs. And then the Ministry of Finance says, well, okay, we truly don't have capacity to meet 100% of population. And so then we introduce the co-funding when the Ministry of Health doesn't have capacity, financial capacity. So maybe exactly here, local authorities may join the payment and meet 100% of need if the government cannot do it due to limited national budget. The Ministry of Health, we still have very basic discretion, black and white. Either we buy something for everyone or we don't buy anything for anyone. It's a very simple discretion. It may provide for certain technical compromises where we are party to the agreement, but in general, this discretion is simple, all or no one. Because any other models raises some ethical concerns, not to mention the legislative framework about equality for the government. But it is about equality. I mean, co-funding just to meet the needs of all people. Well, I just don't believe that all regions will do it. For example, they say that we said that we need 100 million additional funding and we distribute between all regions and all regions will contribute proportionally. I don't believe it will ever happen. Someone will say, okay, but all regions definitely won't agree with it. Okay, let me actually try to respond to it. Actually, to address this situation, in our legislation, we included a clear provision on aggregation of not just volumes, but funding sources. But it's a matter for further discussion. I hope we reach one day and we will develop this aggregation mechanism to make sure no one has ethical or legislative questions. From a legislative point of view, it's reflected. From ethical point of view, it's supposed to be a patient-centered approach, and if this mechanism allows to reach more patients, even if not 100%, but 95%, it's definitely better than not reaching anyone from ethical point of view. This is my approach, and we rely on the approach when we were working it. But at the same time, I understand and I agree that the purpose must be centered on everyone. And it's supposed to be achieved where it can be achieved, and where it cannot be achieved, well, we need to at least do what we can do. We have very limited time, so I would like to give floor to Anna. Anna was another proactive participant in development of this mechanism. Anna, you represent American Chamber of Commerce. You're also product expert. So tell us about your attitude, your approach to this new instrument tool. What kind of questions do you have? Well, thank you so much. First of all, we supported the introduction of this mechanism. We welcome the adoption of this draft law, and because actually here we have a joint vision as a government, I mean us as business community representatives, as vendors, any opportunities that can result in additional access of patients to innovative medications must be deployed. As for optimism and vision, the idea of mixed managed access agreement contracts may be really helpful. For example, to unlock the progress on medical technology assessments that have received positive result and for which the negotiations got stuck. The negotiations are moving slowly, actually due to the lack of funding that what Natalia was talking about. So we actually see some additional opportunities, additional changes, funds contributed by regions, in a case where the funding to cover the 100% is not available enough. Because in the negotiation process, of course, it will become obvious and both parties clearly understand it. Secondly, of course, this mechanism enables you to engage in joint budgeting from regional budgets, from medical care facility budgets, also funds from third parties, potential grant funds, obtained by doctors. It can be some charitable donations. Actually, regional programs may indeed raise grant funds. Yes, so this is additional sources. These are additional sources of funding that can be used in order to increase procurement budget and purchase the necessary medicines, which are either not being procured at all or may not be procured 100% to meet the needs. Of course, now we strongly support and we appreciate the willingness of the service to start the communication campaign, because it's really important to make sure that all parties on the same page and have a joint understanding of this process, which changes ongoing, how can you join the existing agreements, and which agreements will be made, which are under negotiations, such as, well, before official contract is made. So then, of course, this communication is really important. And we, on our part, we will support you as much as we can through those communications of how it's going to happen. But the managed access procedure itself has globally remained unchanged. So the current existing gaps still continue to exist. So managed access contract is a tool for procurement of innovative treatments. And but there are some existing gaps we've personally observed and we have discussed. First of these gaps is deadlines. Because between you receive a positive conclusion of the medical technology assessment and actual invitation to negotiation, sometimes it takes a pretty long time. It can be sometimes it can be even over a year. So then maybe it would make sense for us to get back to this matter and actually regulate it. Because medical technology assessment is a big investment for any company and includes preparation of dossier, the OMT procedure itself, and the rest procedures we do registration, logistics, training of healthcare providers, if it's a new drug, if it's new innovations, or celebrating March 8th about a strong pregnant women. So it's very important to have this understanding. It's very important to have this predictability, a positive conclusion. Unfortunately, for now, we don't have any guarantees that your medication. Well, we actually started with it. Unfortunately, I need to accelerate a little bit. So we're raising this question once again. Do you still plan some kind of improvement of this predictability in terms of deadlines?
There can be no guarantees because we don't know if the agreement will be reached, but what about the timeline? There is an obvious and fundamental issue. Our costs for procurement of medical products, reimbursement programs, that's about 20 billion hryvnias. It is if we add up everything. If you consider Poland, for example, this is 30 billion zloty, this is 300 million hryvnias. I'm not an expert on financing in Poland, but this is like 10 or 15 times more, right? So of course, if you compare our prices and Polish prices, conditionally speaking, for generics, our prices are okay. When I talk to European colleagues, we can see that they are good enough. But unfortunately, if we speak about regional products, the position of almost all head offices is not sufficiently flexible for Ukraine. I mean that everyone knows that everyone has pricing policy units in Switzerland, in New York. They are living in their comfortable context and they count on Excel, the price depending on GDP per capita, and somewhere at the end of that geographic geometric figure. Well, there is Ukraine, where GDP is lower than in Poland, but the price for us is the same as for Poland or Bulgaria or Romania, the poorest EU countries. But we have such difference with them. And this is our fundamental issue, that we cannot receive the price for most of the products that are offered to us that would be proportionate to our costs of healthcare or GDP per capita. I mean, we can have price that is lower than in Germany or in the US. It will be 2 or 4 times cheaper, but it's not going to be 25 times cheaper, right? And that's the key issue that can be resolved either with this significant increase in funding to 200 from 20 billion only for medicines, or you work better with your units in pricing policy and you explain the difference to them between Ukraine and Bulgaria or Romania or whoever, that the difference between us is significantly bigger than between them and Germany or Switzerland. That's the challenge. And with this fundamental issue, well, it is linked with all the other challenges. Us having very limited resources, we have to conduct certain prioritization under the current circumstances. Slovakian ministry, for example, does not have such a significant challenge for privatization as we have, where our needs and our financial resources are so dramatically different. Hence, all the other problems that you highlight, the terms, timeline for these negotiations, the speed, the predictability. We only can have that if our budget is 200 or 300 billion, and then everybody will be happy there. We will cover the issue with all the generics, because it is still an issue, right? It's not about that the patients do not have a lot of access to a lot of generic products. So let's work and increase GDP to cover this gap. We understand all the challenges that you're facing, and we don't envy you. But if it is possible to improve not only the terms, but predictability of these timelines, well, maybe the terms will be the same, but because there are no other options. But at least the producers need to understand better when and for what they should be ready. If you say that all positive negotiations should sooner or later be negotiated for signing the treatment, well, it would make sense to communicate with them. And regarding the desired price, that's the issue for negotiations. Oh, right. Every producer like you, as a representative in Ukraine or your head offices, you need to see what you expect from you, because I see some findings like where the discount should be 99.9% and the clinical efficiency is open to discussion. So what do you expect from us as the Ministry of Health or the medical procurements when we get this finding? So you make that decision as an industry, that you invest this amount, but this is about outcome-based approach, right? Well, yes, but imagine that you have passed this assessment and clinical efficiency is moderate and the discount needs to be 99%. Well, I suggested at some meetings, like if everyone agrees, we can immediately say no to all of you. Like, okay, the discount needs to be 99%. If that's okay, then okay. If not, then like goodbye. I suggested that, but everybody said that we should better proceed with these negotiations for 3 years and we will agree somewhere between 99 and 20%, right? And regarding outcome-based approach, that's a good idea. But if you read literature, you see that there are problems globally, and that's always about significant additional administrative burden, and then the issue of confidence of the parties, and also lack of predictability, because you understand that it's very hard for us to forecast what's going to happen. You are the best forecasting agents because you have your medical experts, you have results of your clinical trials. And when you analyze the experience of Italy, who conduct the greatest number of outcome-based MEA, they say that it's good, but if you communicate with them anyway, this is hard, and it does not give you the 99.9% of discount. It creates certain unpredictability. So we already have the unpredictability for the number of patients, and we are going to apply to that clinical unpredictability problem with trust, because somebody needs to say if the patient responds or not. It's good if it is about CT, but it could be also some subjective method. So it should be a doctor, a commission that should have trust of the Ministry of Health and the company. So if we say that that's going to be like Cancer Institute or Ahmadiyyat, because they are not present here, so let's take Ahmadiyyat, right? And we can say, okay, let Ahmadiyyat assess that, and well, they are subordinated to.
Дивіться, воно на жаль, в деталях вона вся складність і
на підставі
виявляється.
яких процедур. І це все пропрацьовується. Ми ж не будемо це робити вперше, вже декілька десятків країн це роблять вже багато років. Давайте так, чесно про це говорити. Це
Лана,
робиться.
дивіться, і давайте так, якщо хтось
Okay, so then if someone is ready in the market to show significant potential discount with outcome-based, we are ready to discuss that. Well, if you say that clinical data are doubtful, well, we're ready in any case. That's a signal, you know. Well, for financial contract, the discount will be 50%, and well, let's work on that. But I mean, expectations need to be adequate. I like this idea. Let's work on that, and let's put it on hold so far. I'm sure that we will be able to address most of the questions that have been asked. But let me first pass the floor to Anna from EBA Pharmaceutical Business. But sorry, you have very little time. We have another important speaker online. Thank you. Are we supposed to evacuate? Oh, that's okay. So the companies and associations positively see the change, as mentioned by the previous speakers. That's about additional access to treatment for patients, additional opportunities, and also as an option, it would make sense to consider not only the contracts that have already been signed and those products that have positive findings and wait for a long period of time. That's also seen by companies as an opportunity to receive this funding, and for patients that's about access to treatment, which is very important. And of course, there are a lot of questions. Predictability, I believe this is key, because we have seen what happened last year, and we see the results this year as well, and we expect that the next year is going to be challenging. Regarding predictability of change and communication of the change, compliance with the legislation, and regarding the timeline, let me emphasize that our association came up with the statement regarding clear timeline for the procedure. That's important because for the company that's about predictability, opportunity to plan processes, and understand the aspect of investments, and in general, the result that can be expected and how quickly it is possible to obtain this result. So this predictability is important. Let's think about how we achieve that despite all the financial, economic, and political issues. Predictability of processes must be there. We emphasize that. We are ready to engage in discussing various approaches. I'm sure that we will find some solution in the middle. And the question about prioritization, about how decisions are going to be made in the regions and the proportion, the part that's interesting for all the companies, how this mechanism is going to work with co-funding. So nothing new, just to emphasize that that's important and that's discussed by everyone. We have taken note of these aspects, and I liked it how Stepan said that this is the aspect of time. All the new things require time. Yes, but it's important to register that and that all the participants stick with that. Well, Serhii, I can see that he's registering everything, but now I would like to pass the floor to Tetiana Kulesha. We pass the floor to you at the end, not because this is the least important, but because this is key, discussing the perspective of patients. And we wanted you to hear all the previous discussions and questions. And on your side, having heard this course of the discussion so that you could come up with the feedback from the perspective of patients, if you see new opportunities, the challenges regarding implementing this mechanism. How optimistic are you regarding this additional mechanism? Hello, colleagues, can you hear me? We can hear you and we can see you. Sorry, I'm traveling, so I may lose connection. From the very first minute I've been with you, I'll try to be brief, but let me start with the time aspect. We're speaking about that we need time to improve. Definitely we need that, and we will work on that together, but patients, they usually don't have that time. So we need to move there quite quickly. And if I start with regional procurements, at our event that we held on the Day of Orphan Diseases, we're very grateful to Alexandra from Ivano-Frankivsk, to Kyiv Department, to Cancer Institute, to Kyiv region. These are the departments that have already joined in the discussion of how that's going to work. Us, as the civil society, a civil society organization, we have covered 12 regions, and you have Alexandras in your audience today. They're ready to speak about these aspects. And yesterday I came back from Ivano-Frankivsk, the city, and they have the same military administration, the same budget that they try to approve at the session. But I was a bit shocked because, for example, Ivano-Frankivsk, the city, has no idea about these regional procedures for procurement. So that requires significant efforts to conduct this awareness-raising campaign. We are ready to contribute, because today we should speak about that. There are healthcare departments that have procurement departments, like in Ivano-Frankivsk region, and there is the city of Ivano-Frankivsk that does not have the department, and the procurement agencies will be hospitals, right? And if after 2 weeks you will send them the need, I wonder what they will come up with if they don't understand what needs to be done. So to me, this is a very optimistic tool that requires time. but it also requires huge communication work. And second thing is money. Yesterday, me and the colleagues from Ivano-Frankivsk accountants, they said we cannot undertake 2 patients, and that is 500,000 hryvnias with SMA, and they don't have this amount of money. So they are asking about the funds from the Ministry of Health, but what would be those sources? So we speak about other sources of funding. What is that? That is not clear to the regions, and here I can agree and disagree with Evgen, because they were not able to provide 100%, and they will not cover the needs of patients who need expensive treatments independently without any help. And this is the mechanism that needs to be discussed. And let's start with CMA and with the MPs. We could reach 100 million, and we could distribute that to all the regions to cover everyone. That's very needed for patients. And I absolutely agree with Evgen, which doesn't happen often. I agree that we need to talk to businesses, because businesses, the war, Ukraine in the war, that's a challenge for patients. So let's make this dashboard where you cannot show the price or the number of the scope of the products, but we can show the patients who have not left Ukraine. And for orphan diseases, this is just a sample. For a CMA for achondroplasia, those children are living, and for other conditions as well. So let's make this dashboard where we show that patients stay because we provide for them. And for orphan diseases, we can even count properly. And there are practical and general aspects. There is this cool tool that should work, and we don't have a lot of time so that we could work on it for years. And we need to adapt that very quickly, and we need to make sure that all the patients in the regions get access to those treatments as soon as possible. And let's think about the financial aspects, because no hospital now, apart from Kiev and Lviv, can procure spin rays for CMA with their budget. And you know about that, no matter what we say there. That must be additional funding from local authorities or from the state. So I would really like to focus on that. I will not address the other aspects, timeline and changes. I just call on you to, well, I'm ready to contribute to these negotiations, and I can count those regions that have no idea about regional contracts, and I will ask for a working meeting where we could discuss. Thank you, Alexandra. But now, just a minute, I will proceed with the mathematics. So thank you for figuring it out. So I'm ready to talk to medical procurement and speak about where we need to work more. This is what we know.
And now practical task of NSM. Miss Alexandra is humble not to mention figures, but yesterday I returned from Ivano-Frankivsk region, and I'm really grateful to her. For SMA patients, we have 2 million hryvnias. I think both you and Evgen just try to calculate. If we underfund this number, how many vials would we be able to buy for our patients? Who knows? I know. It will be around 8 vials. 8 vials. It's for 6 months of treatment. What are we going to do with these patients next? It's an open question. It's open question to Miss Alexandra. And what Ivano-Frankivsk is going to do? If Ivano-Frankivsk, they don't see it, they don't understand what it is. They believe it's some kind of complicated schedule. Why do they need to put fund in it? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All your messages are very clear. Once again, thank you for this very brief, at the same time, very clear statement. I absolutely support it. Just to summarize what we discussed today, at this stage, it's very important to ensure proper communication. Serhii, you personally, Evgen, you personally, Oleg also joined this meeting. I have a personal request for you, please. Conduct proper awareness-raising campaign among hospitals and regional institutions. We also kindly invite representatives of business communities to join this campaign, because you communicate with the doctors and they also need to understand how this new model works. So for this purpose, we need to clearly understand how each party was supposed to work, because honestly, at this stage, we are not ready to prepare and give information to our employees who communicate to the hospital. But you can engage for this communication campaigns, for example, medical procurements. Medical procurements already had experience of participating in such workshops organized by Roche. Even before the regulatory framework was adopted, they already did it. It needs to be done. And I think we can engage business associations, business communities for training workshops conducted by the medical procurements for regions. So all together we learn, train, and develop. Stepan, please, just one word, very quick, because we're running out of time. Yes, there are a lot of initiatives implemented top to bottom, usually often fail in field. I will just give you an example. Well, I'm not going to name the specific molecule, the specific substance. So just in order to understand how much funding is needed, I understand that for orphan conditions, it may be a bit earlier for diseases. In case of cancer, it's much more complicated. And we all say that it's necessary to put funding for procurement of certain medication under controlled managed access agreements. No one has no idea how much medication is needed. Sometimes too low underestimated numbers are submitted. Or overestimated figures. So when we talk about realistic procurement programs, how does it happen in practice? Very practical angle, top to bottom is good, but still the most interesting thing usually happens in the bottom. So when they say we need to assess the needs for medications, how does it usually happen? A phone call or a letter to hospital? The hospital director or head of department, they say, hey, wait, how many patients do we have? We're really sorry to learn about it. So in order to make sure it works systematically, in the same time, in addition to this management, we need to somehow link it to the National Health Service of Ukraine, where we will connect it to all patient register, and we will understand the final amount. So we know that we have a specific number of patients with certain nosology. They included in the register. Everything is recorded. And then by the end, we will be able what amount do we need. Of course, today, Mr. Evgen clearly said it, is in the country of the war doesn't have a budget to cover it. We need to clearly understand it. Do we have a chance to add some funding? Yes, we can conduct proper procurements at the level. Oh, we need a rationalization of costs in order to streamline the processes and get some savings. It will let us to procure a little bit more, but it will require the will and the initiative of bottom to top. So top to bottom initiatives are good, but we also need to include National Health Service of Ukraine in order to verify the final amount. Engage business communities, engage grant foundations, engage hospitals using their own budget. I understand that when Ivano-Frankivsk was told that you need to do a procurement, they also struggle to understand that, try to calculate this and that. And Ms. Tatiana, I clearly understand what she's talking about when we discuss the number of those patients. Mr. Stepan, I'm sorry, we're running out of time. I'm sorry. You did the summary I wanted to do myself. Actually, you did it even better. You brought us together. Those who were with us online and offline, it's indeed not up to the medical procurement, the Ministry of Health. It's up to all of us. It's about our partnership. So we all are supposed to work together in order to make it happen. It's in the interest of each and every one of you, not just businesses or public servants or doctors. It's in the best interests of us as potential patients, because we know when we or our family members will need this treatment tomorrow. Treatment which is not available, but could have been available through this mechanism if we launched it efficiently. So let us work together. Thank you. Thanks for all of you. It was a challenge. We had the real challenge with the timing. It was the first part of the panel discussion. We will continue after the pause. We are sincerely grateful to all participants of the panel discussion. We're grateful to moderator, Ms. Lana. So, as promised, we won't steal much of your time. The discussion delayed just a little bit. It's okay now. We have a Q&A session. We have several of them, a little questions. We hoped for more, and mostly all these questions are addressed to Mr. Yevgen. I've started to talk, and Mr. Yevgen is already picking the microphone. So, question one from you, if you let me. Do you expect the revision of the GDP values for access for managed access agreement? As long as the local questions are based on data for 2024 to the back, so given the significant increase in GDP, I really like this awareness in the high level of awareness in the industry about this technical details. Okay, look. In general, it's okay. I'm waiting questions from patients about this review, and then I will rest assured that everyone is well informed. Okay, let me be honest. First of all, GDP is taken from State Statistics Service. State Statistics has stopped to publish data when the war started. For the number of reasons. That's the first thing. Then there are some questions about using GDP values from World Bank or other international organizations. Once again, here we have some controversy. First of all, why not? And the second problem we have is a GDP is a kind of quasi indicator which reflects the capacity of the state and the government to fund something. 3% of GDP, etc. In our situation, in our case, we indeed have problem because its indicators its value is a bit distorted. If you paid attention, we are considered a low middle income country. But if you talk to people, you probably understand that it's very difficult to include us in middle-income countries, honestly, which is once again due to the large assistance received by international assistance received by Ukraine. At the same time, all internal expenditures are focused on defense, and so I think the GDP is distorted due to this assistance, which is counted as GDP and basically spent on armed forces. These funds are not spent on us as a healthcare or procurement of medicines. So this is a challenge here. We need to use the using World Bank's GDP values which do not reflect the realistic situation. But what problem we have? If we take out healthcare costs, which will the public expenditures will account for 3% of GDP if we remove out of pockets and other costs. And then we say 3x GDP. For this indicator, if we take another country, let's say Poland, there they have 9 to 10, 7, 8, 9% of GDP spent by the government on healthcare. So basically, they spend twice as much. We can, out of their medical resources proportionally, we can do it. And then we have a question, if we have this kind of model, let us calculate not 3x GDP, but 1x GDP, or 1.5x GDP, or 2x GDP. Some countries are still using this decreasing scale. Not 3x GDP, but 1, 2x GDP. There are such countries. It's just a very technical question. So if you're professionals here and you're open for discussion, then let's discuss it. And so if we review it and we use the data of National Bank, then it makes sense to get back to it. And but I'm not sure that you will agree with me. Okay, thank you.
Рухаємося далі.
Mr. Evgen, let's move on.
Пане Євгене, ви сьогодні згадали про колізію.
Today you mentioned the collision where in technical assistance for pharyngetes, iron carboxymaltose was included the national list through the procedure. We really would like to learn more about our future steps.
Чесно, найпростіше, я не знаю, де там компанія, це
Honestly, I don't.
найпростіше податись на нове
The simplest thing you can do is just to submit for the new medical technology assessment. So, but until we have public discussion here, the last time we discussed it, we can just think together, consider some changes to the national catalog of prices. We have this regulation. Well, I'm not ready to make a specific proposals because we had a technical discussion. If we record a certain price in our catalogs, which cannot be exceeded a certain amount for this drug, it would make sense. But it's not about this particular drug. It's about other similar situations because there is a need from business about the reimbursement program, which is difficult. We managed access agreements and the reimbursement program. It's difficult to implement because National Health Service and other regulation. Regulatory framework, we have certain situations, but once again, the situations are limited just to fixed price somewhere at the regulatory level, not just as agreement between so the Ministry of Health made the decision that Keytruda will be available to patients outside the Institute of Cancer. Will you subsequently use this model to other cancer treatment brand or is it an exceptional case? As for Keytruda, once again, if company is asking a question, I responded, oh, it's not you. Okay, then I'm not respond to it. I will answer. Yeah, I will respond to it. I'm just joking. But once again, look, there is a problem with regions, with the verification of patients. This the thing in American is there are 40 indications. Of course, it creates certain risks related to the target use of this medication. And we administratively believe that we want someone to be responsible for it and someone to be accountable. So it will be Stepan, and if there are violations, he will be held accountable. If there are no violations, he will do a good job. With drugs which are associated with the lower level of risk, we are more liberal in this regard. We made agreements. We didn't see there's a pretty limited number of patients. And there we would avoid such additional verification step. When this drug will become generic, we're really waiting for it, unlike the original manufacturer, but we hope that it will soon become generic, like it happens once with trastuzumab, which once costed $150 and now it costs $50, which brought a lot of happiness for us and less happiness for Roche company. Then, of course, we will adopt a more liberal approach. And of course, it will be easier for us. It's like in a parliament. If you mentioned this topic, I'm entitled to response. The position on the map is simple. Here we also need to learn how to properly use and manage taxes agreements. So we developed standard procedures and we discussed it with the Ministry of Health when we decided on registration and management of these patients. We will later support the region with implementing it in the field. And so this is a practice, which an opinion of the ministry, which is endorsed by the Ministry of Health. It's more complicated for us. It requires more efforts, but someone has to do it. So later in the region, we have more efficient and better use of public resources allocated for expensive innovative drugs. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yevgeny, for your answers and for your very optimistic saying. All participants will remember it. If we stay here, okay, we have another question, and this is a question to Kateryna Nekrasova. How to find out when the medicines will become available free of charge as promised in January? Okay, thank you for this question. Yes, indeed, we were joking about dashboards, but on our website we already have a mobile version with a very convenient information about leftovers of medication. Sometimes it happens that you need to revisit it. The website shows that it's available at certain healthcare facility, but in real life it's temporarily not available. It's because we don't have real-time online monitoring of leftovers, but still every beneficiary, every recipient is supposed to report at least once a month, and we usually display this information about this number was received because you can definitely check availability of drugs on our dashboard and continue the managed access agreements. We have a special button on the patient info page on the website. We know that all patients are actively using this window as a channel of communications for citizens. And so as part of this request, we provide information on when it's going to arrive. Is it going to be a part or is it going to be on the list? Because we see many items you asking us about which are not included. And it's not a question for the asked, but for the company, whether they're willing to participate in public procurement, whether it's submitted as a medical technology assessment, is definitely available on our website in the section for patients, the dashboard and availability. And the second is the communication, the feedback mechanism, the feedback form where you can leave your message and we will quickly get back to you with information about expect procurements.
Is it planned to procure robotic systems under the market consultations, and how is it possible to receive this information? Frankly speaking, I will look at Yevhen. If the ministry at the beginning of the year could provide us with exhaustive information on medical equipment, that would be great. But we understand that currently we are in the process of needs identification, harmonization with the possibilities and opportunities in the budget. And if we conducted these discussions, yes, and we will find out during 2026 if it will be possible to conduct the procurement. Also, they have questions about mobile mammographers, and if we connect you, it means that we have questions about the tentative cost, but in any case, it makes sense to contact us and monitor that in Sub-Ariba, for example. If they will be procured, we will be looking forward to this information. That's about what? About robotic system. So let me answer your question constructively. We had then OMT reform. That was when this clear procedure was developed. The same situation happened in the previous years with public investment projects. Maybe you heard about that. And that's about using public money for various reconstructions and construction and equipment. Currently, medical equipment is procured under public investment projects. We have the respective procedure. This year, more than 10 billion hryvnias from the funds of the Ministry of Health. It is used for construction of hospitals. So there is certain prioritization. The fact that we have these tools now, it has made the process more transparent. However, there are additional processes that need to be complied with. We have not yet fully resolved the issue regarding laparoscopic devices. Maybe you know that there are negative practices that we are going to deal with regarding the cost of those materials. So that is also an issue that should be addressed in the frame of OMT. I mean, to what extent using hundreds of thousands of hryvnias for expendables, and the result is that the hospitalization is half a day shorter, whether it makes it reasonable. And that's also a question for other countries where they use this approaches. And in Poland, they had this experience where we tried to introduce these robotic devices. Well, they encountered those issues, and the new minister complained a lot. Like they said that they had bought those devices and included that into the tariff, and now I need to cover that. So here the situation is similar. But if we speak about whether robotic surgery may arise in some specific hospitals, yes, it is already there, already in place, but I don't know if it was procured officially, but we definitely need to keep pace with the innovations that are extending. Well, you said that half a day of hospitalization doesn't matter. A lot where we can procure this robotic system. But does the state count this indirect costs? That's for regarding the sick leaves and days in inpatient treatment. That's also about money. Well, you count that well. For money, yes, this is counted. Everything that can be added is added up. I even had this discussion, and I asked them about their estimations, and they explained that this is about 2 caregivers and who are away from work. So yes, we are counting that. I mean, this is about the ICER estimation. The industry invests into that and comes up with the respective conclusions, and even methodologically, based on one of the conclusions, I called the colleagues in that for them to explain their calculations. That's about efficiency, to what extent this product is efficient, and it is important to calculate those costs, because if we are guided by European countries, they count it very well, because above all for them, this is about prevention, not to waste money for treatment. Well, we speak about the cost of 1 day of inpatient treatment, because we know how it happens. But when the product is 1 million hryvnia, then that's a challenge. If it is the UK, their mathematics are much more positive. But the cost of 1 day in hospital is insignificant. So I don't think that we can resolve that. So well, now we have the second part of our panel discussion. I would like to address the issue, organizational issues. So you still have 24 hours. If you didn't manage to ask questions, you will be able to ask them. And that's it. That's all the questions. Right. So thank you for your patience in the course of that discussion. It was important. Every word, every statement matters. Yes, and now let's give a round of applause to the speakers and to the moderator, to everyone who joined us today. And thanks to all the participants online. And also you can follow the link, and you still have 24 minutes, 24 hours to ask the question. And I ask you, after I express gratitude to you all, so before I announce the event close, let me express gratitude to you, love Ukraine, support the Ukrainian army, be healthy, and make love with good music. And we have this request. The broadcast is over, and I'm sure that we still have some time networking, but before that, it would be good if all of us could make a family photo. Let's do that. And a separate photo for the first session. The photographer is Yuri, so you can follow the QR code.